Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the DTST team training. On behalf of the Director General of the Ghana Education Service, I want to welcome all of you to the third cohort of this training. This happens to be the final cohort that we are dealing with. So I will entreat all of you to join the training. If you know a colleague who has not joined the training, please send information to them to join. What we are doing here is to support the DTST to be able to function well at the district level. We are trying to equip you with the needed skills so that you'll be able to help your teachers at the district level. In the past, we know of DTST very closely associated with DL, and we went forward to select DTSTs, 8 of them, 4 for English, 4 for maths. But under this Gallup project, we are not going to go that way. We want to consider all the subjects that cuts across. And that is why we are doing this training, so that you will have the needed skills to help your teachers. At the end of the training, our main objective is that you'll be able to acquire the skills that you need. When it comes to PLCs, you will be called upon to support your teachers. I will entreat all of you to stay glued. The training is for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Links have been provided, and we want you to follow those links. But in addition to that, you can also follow the training through YouTube links that has been provided. You can see it in your chat box. I think you will be able to have a smooth sail with us if you follow those links. So check your chat box and you'll be able to see the YouTube links. Again, for us to have a smooth training, you are not going to be able to talk with us, but in addition to that, we have found a way that you are going to be able to use the chat box, send text messages to us through that chat box. And we assure you, we are going to read it. From time to time, we will display your messages. If you have a question, if you have comments, if you have contributions, kindly use the chat box so that at least you'll be heard from wherever you are. Again, we also want to entreat you, please. We have provided links for day 1 and day 2. Kindly do well to use the links as has been provided. Don't use day 2 link for day 1 or vice versa. So please check the dates. When you use a link, the first thing that you're going to see is you'll be greeted with the registration form. And it is that same link that you're going to use to join the training. Again, please, I want to remind you, your colleagues that you know have not joined. You can send messages to them to join. On behalf of the Ghana Education Service, once again, I want to wish you a very smooth training these 2 days, after which we will be around to welcome you, those of you who have been selected, the 8, to join us for a face-to-face training. Thank you very much.
Hello, colleagues. Welcome to this virtual training, as already addressed by our coordinator, Mr. Isaac Yabua. Now, before we begin with our sessions, kindly ensure that you complete this pre-assessment using the link displayed on your screen. It is important that we conduct this assessment before the virtual training so that we can all assess the effectiveness of it at the end of the training. So we would allow a minute or two for you to be able to complete this pre-assessment. Then we proceed with the rest of the sessions. Thank you. Okay, so I believe we have successfully completed a pre-assessment form. Now, in the next minute or two, let's kindly go through our program guide or program outline. So today being day one, I believe we have all successfully registered before the start of this session. Please, if you haven't done so, kindly ensure you do. It is essential that we take records of those of you that have joined us to provide reports to both your districts and the national. We have also gone through the opening and welcome address on behalf of the Director General as delivered by our coordinator, Mr. Isaac Yabua. He has also indicated to us the purpose and general overview of this workshop, as well as the overview of the entire DTST program. Now, in the next sessions, we are going to go through our presentations. So we are hopeful that before the close of today, at about 1:15 p.m., we should be able to complete the first 4 sections of this virtual training. Then on the second day, we will as well look at the 5th to 8th sessions. So on that note, we begin our sessions for day 1 of this virtual training. My name, Salbe Abugbila Ndego Sonia. You can refer to me as Sonia for short. And I am one of the facilitators for this virtual training. Now, before we begin with our very first session, permit me to share this insight with you. Research has revealed that individuals vary in their readiness to adapt innovations. To this extent, Rogers outlined 5 classifications, ranging from the first, the innovators, who are always willing and ready to welcome change with a positive attitude to improve productivity, through to the 5th, the laggards. This group of people are resistant to change and would always make excuses in the bid to avoid a new idea. Now, sadly, studies hazard that the innovators form only 2.5% of a population. But I want to believe that if you are here with us today on this virtual training, then you form part of that 2.5% of innovators from your districts. And again, I believe that your directorate is trusting on you to play that vital role in modeling a successful implementation of our curriculum, policies, and interventions. You can be rest assured that we are here to equip you with the needed knowledge and skills necessary for providing support structures that would facilitate a smooth adoption of our entire teaching community, with a singular goal to improve the learning outcome of our dear Ghanaian child. So having said that, dear innovators, let's begin our very first session with this activity. As much as possible, we would want that you interact with us, engage with us using the chat box. You can ask your questions, share your opinions, as well as seek clarifications where necessary. Now we have this activity to begin with. You are on a journey, carrying with you a wolf, a goat, and a cabbage. All during the trip, the wolf wants to eat the goat, and the goat wants to eat the cabbage, for obvious reasons, right? but you have been careful to prevent either calamity. Now you come to a river and find a small boat which can take you and only one passenger at a time. That is either the wolf or the goat or the cabbage. Now you must never leave the wolf alone with the goat, nor the goat alone with the cabbage. Now this is your task. You have to explain to us how you can get them all across the river. And in doing that, kindly state how many trips across the river will there be in minimum before a complete crossover. If you have just joined us, we are to respond to this activity displayed on our screen. So let's see who would be my early bird in response to this activity. Okay, thank you so much, Yao. Let me just refer to you as Yao. Yao says he would first of all send the goat and leave only the cabbage. I want to leave only the cabbage and the wolf. Thank you for your input, Yao. Kindly let us know what your next step would be. Isaac also says, I will send the wolf first, second by the cabbage and the goat. Isaac, the moment you leave the goat and the cabbage at the other side, you can be sure to meet only the goat on your return. So kindly reflect on this carefully. Okay, Enyonam also says she would send the goat first. Now, can I have someone tell us, explain to us the entire crossover, and most especially indicating the minimum number of times they would have to go for a complete crossover? Anybody to save the day? All right. I want to believe you are deeply reflecting on it, but unfortunately, time wouldn't allow us to dwell much on it. So at your own private time, you can decide to respond on this. And having successfully reflected on it, you would realize that you would need a minimum of 7 trips for a complete crossover. So on that note, we begin with our very first section. And in here, we would want to look at the introduction to the DTST manual, which will serve as a guide as you execute your duties as members of DTST. So this section seeks to take you through the scope, content, and structure of the manual, providing the purpose, indicating the target audience, as well as outlining the best use of the manual. So for this particular section, we would be discussing the following sessions. So for session 1, we would want to focus on the scope and organization of the DTST manual Then in session 2, we will discuss the purpose of the manual. Session 3 will take us through the use of the manual, and session 4 would outline the targeted audience as far as the successful implementation of our insert programs is concerned. Now we are hopeful that by the end of this particular section, you, our dear participants, would demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the scope and organization of the DTST manual. You would also be able to discuss amongst yourself with your colleagues the purpose of the DTST manual. Then, of course, you should be able to explain how to use the DTST manual and outline the targeted audience of the manual. So having said this, we begin with our very first session. And in here, we want to look at the scope and organization of the DTST manual. Now, besides the general introduction to any document coming from GES, which includes the preface, the foreword, the national values, etc., the manual is presented to you in 8 different sections. Now, the very first section is what we are having right now, which has to do with the introduction to the manual. Now, in the second section, you would be taken through the roles and responsibilities of the targeted audience that would be outlined to us in the 4th session of this particular section. Having done that, since our goal at the end of the day is to improve the learning outcome of our Ghanaian child, we would want to take you through a section where you can gain deeper understanding of the standard-based curriculum. And having done that, you would also be able to provide our teachers with the support they will need in smoother implementation of our standard-based curriculum. Then in the 4th section, we will be looking at strategies you would require as members of DTST to effectively and efficiently prepare for implementation. In the 5th section, we would consider various strategies amongst others that you would be required to provide to our learning space facilitators in the course of your duty. Now, for effectiveness of any program or intervention, it is important that we conduct regular monitoring and evaluation. Hence, the 6th section will focus on taking us through monitoring and evaluation strategies we would require as members of DTST for an effective and smoother implementation of our programs. Then for the 7th section, we would discuss troubleshooting and problem-solving strategies. Of course, at the end of the day, you need to work as a team and not individuals. So the 8th and final section would focus on strategies required in building a collaborative team at your district. Now, it is important to note that each of these 8 sections would be presented to you in 4 different sessions. So if you recall at the start of this particular section, we outlined 4 sessions, of which we are going through the very first session. Kindly let us know if you need any clarification or you have any questions as far as this particular session is concerned using the chat box. All right. We move on to our second session where we would want to discuss the purpose of the DTST manual. Now, one of our goals in providing this manual is to create an awareness and strengthen the understanding of the roles of various stakeholders as far as the implementation of our research programs is concerned. Then again, we would want to promote the effectiveness of the team's operations. Remember at the introductory remarks given by Mr. Isaac Yeboah, he stated that yes, this is not the first time we are hearing the word DTST, because some 3 years ago, we had a team at the district level that were prepared for the implementation of DL. But this training is focusing on not just English and mathematics, but all the other subjects or disciplines as outlined by the standard-based curriculum. So one goal of the manual is to promote the effectiveness of the team's operation. Then again, it is to help standardize the procedures and practices in order to guide the support team. At least you have something to go by, something to work with, something guiding, something leading. We would also want to ensure that the laid down practices, procedures, regulations, and policies are adhered to by the support team. Okay, so having said this, kindly let's reflect on the following scenario. Now, as member of the DTST, a teacher comes to you and asks why it is important to design a manual for the DTSTs when there are several manuals out there in the system that are not being put to use. What would be your response to this teacher's question? Kindly engage with us using the chat box. And let's get this session interactive. Who would be my early bird? For the sake of those who might just be joining us, we are reflecting on this scenario. A teacher comes to you as DTST and asks why it is important to design a manual for the DTSTs when there are several manuals out there in the system that are not put to use. What will be your response to this teacher's question? Now we have an early bird, Florence. Florence says, yes, there might be several manuals out there, but this particular one for the DTSTs is to promote effectiveness of the team's operations. Thank you very much, Florence. Godwin also says to ensure standardization. We appreciate your inputs. Any other Okay, so Augustine also says it will help to create effectiveness of the team's operations. Nicholas says there is a new curriculum, so the need for such a manual to help see its full implementation. We appreciate your inputs thus far. Can we have one last person? Then we move on to the next session. Mahama says that aside, we have to educate them that this will facilitate team work. And that is very true. I agree with you, Mahama. And I do appreciate every single input coming in. All right, so we move on to the next session. But before that, it is important to note that this manual is necessary in providing quality assurance procedures and maintaining and improving the quality of support services that we would be providing to the teachers at our various districts. And it would also provide available data and information for decision making in promoting quality education. Now, having said that, we would want to look at how we can effectively use this manual once it is shared with us in due course. So it is important to note that this manual will provide everything that the DTST needs to know in order to start working effectively and efficiently with all relevant stakeholders in their respective districts. So in order to effectively engage with it, remember from the very first session, we mentioned the various sections that the manual will come in. So once you get hold of this manual, we encourage that you read through the introductory aspect, which includes the preface and the foreword, as well as the national values, for a general overview of the entire document. Now, having done that, we would encourage that you focus on the specific sections related to your needs at a given point in time. Remember, we have 8 sections in all. Having done that, try to follow the step-by-step instructions as outlined in the given section and refer to the illustrations where available. Then, of course, there's a likelihood that you might encounter some challenges even before implementation, or some of them can arise unexpectedly during implementation. So you are encouraged to troubleshoot and solve problems using the guide as outlined in the manual. Now consult the index for quick references in case of further challenges. And it is important that you regularly check for updates or reviews, as well as revisions where possible. Now, having gone through the third session, this does not go to suggest that this is the only laid down procedure you can use. You can make use of other procedures as well, but this is just to serve as a guide. Now, having said that, let's consider the following scenario. Having gone through the first 3 sessions of this very first section, outline in the chat box the steps you will take a colleague through in order to gain insight on troubleshooting and problem-solving strategies. I take that again. As a participant and member of the DTST, and having gone through the first 3 sessions of this very first section, outline in the chat box the steps you will take a colleague through in order to gain insight on troubleshooting and problem-solving strategies. So kindly let's keep our comments coming so that we can share with the rest of us. Any early bird? Can we please keep our comments flying in? Thank you very much. Oh, okay, so I think this is a challenge. My dear innovators, I'm waiting to see or read your reflections on this particular scenario. Osman Mahama says his first step will be identification of problem. I do appreciate your input, Osman, but I wish you would indicate to us the steps you will take a colleague through as far as the use of the manual is concerned. Ernesto Usu says, falling on the manual, also says, lead the teacher to understand the concept through a step-by-step process. After the understanding, where there is a challenge, it can be easily addressed. Thank you very much, Yao. Cynthia also says, identifying the problem. I really do appreciate all the inputs coming in. But if you consider this reflection carefully, we have just gone through a session outlining to us the steps we can follow in use of the manual. So we're looking forward to you sharing with us that first of all, you would allow the colleagues some time to go through the introductory aspect of the manual. And after that, you will direct them to go through the 7th section, which addresses troubleshooting and problem-solving strategies. And once they have located the 7th section, you would encourage them to go through the step-by-step procedures outlined in that particular section in order to gain insight on troubleshooting and problem-solving. So thank you very much for your input. You were not far from the required response. So we would want to move on to the fourth session. And in here, we would want to know who our target audience are as far as the smooth implementation of our insert programs is concerned. So this session will list the target audience who share the common goal of promoting better learning outcomes and quality education in the implementation of the various insert programs. Having said this, our target audience includes the National Professional Development Committee, NPDC for short, the District Professional Development Committee at our various district levels. Then we also have the District Master Trainer or trainers, depending on how many a district is privileged to have. Then with them is a district teacher support team, of which you are a member. Then we also have the School Improvement Support Officer, CISOs. Then, of course, our head teachers, our curriculum leads at our various schools, and the end beneficiary of our PLC programs, the teachers. Having outlined these target audience, we would want to take you through the PLC communication structure, highlighting these target audience we have mentioned. So in other words, you can refer to this as the pictorial representation of our communication channels as far as the implementation of our insert programs is concerned. Now, on top of it, we have our national, that's the National Professional Development Committee. They oversee all insert programs and its smooth implementation. So you will recall that during our PLCs, we are encouraged to go by the program as outlined by the National Professional Development Committee. But these information do not get to us directly as teachers. It has to go through our regions, then especially to our district. Okay. So if you observe the arrow carefully, you realize that it is double-headed. This goes to suggest that as the national communicates or directs the implementation of insert from the national level through to the district also reports back to the national. Now, at the district level, we have the administrative body, which comprises the director and his or her deputies, as well as the other officials, including the district training officer. They also communicate directly and effectively with our district master trainers as well as our CISOs to ensure a smooth implementation of PLC programs. Now, it is with the district master trainer that you, as members of the district teacher support team, would be working with. So you would work hand in hand with the district master trainer, or you draw your plans, you communicate through the district master trainer to the administrative body. The CISOs are also brought on board through the administrative body, and they also ensure that the teachers in their various circuits receive the relevant information or resources they will require in a smooth implementation of our PLCs. Now, the CISOs do not communicate directly to the teachers, but they do that through the head teacher, who also relays to the CL and the teachers. Okay, so you realize that all of these arrows go back and forth to suggest that in the same vein, if the teacher would need to communicate back to the national, they would also have to follow same procedure from bottom top, and any information coming from national will also follow same procedure from the top to the bottom. Now, having discussed this communication structure, let's look at how our PLCs are expected to be implemented in our various districts and respective schools. Okay, so the implementation structure also takes the form of the communication structure, and in that, it begins from the national level, where they have a structured plan or an action plan for each academic year. It is shared through the regions to the districts. The district, in turn, through the administrative body, shares this action plan of implementation with the district master trainer and the CISO. So hand in hand with the district master trainer, you are brought on board to ensure a smooth implementation. Definitely the CISOs are not left out, and they also relay to the head teachers, who in turn do same to our curriculum leads and our teachers. Now, it is important to note that once it gets to the district level, for its smooth implementation, facilitation of these programs becomes a dual responsibility of both the district master trainer and the CISO, and they in turn bring you, the district teacher support team, on board, because they will not be able to do that on their own. So if during your PLC meetings on Wednesdays, your CISO happens to pass by, it shouldn't look like they are in to find fault, but they are just there to facilitate a smooth implementation of our programs. Likewise, there are going to be times you would have to go to our various schools to support in facilitation of our PLCs, or depending on the action plan derived by your district, you would also have to bring these teachers together to facilitate orientations and workshops where necessary. So I'll allow this structure on your screens for some time for you to reflect on it, and feel free to bring in your questions or seek clarifications where you have doubts. Since we have no question coming through, I want to believe you understand and appreciate the structure, and we would be able to effectively use it for all necessary communications and implementation of our insert programs. Kindly let's reflect on this. In your opinion, how do you think this channel of communication among the target audience can promote the effective implementation of insert programs in your district? I take it again. In your own words and in your own understanding, how will the channel of communication amongst the targeted audience Sorry for that brief interruption. Okay, so we have an early bird and it's coming from Isaac. Isaac says, for the past years till now, we the teachers prepare our action plan on the PLC. Okay, very well noted, Isaac. Actually, I don't know which district you are, but there is a national action plan. And by that, the districts are encouraged to adopt or adapt to that action plan. What it goes to suggest is that you might not be doing exactly what is outlined, but you are encouraged to at least adapt it, provide a little bit of some modifications to it to ensure that it is addressing the challenges you face as a district or as a school. So kindly get in touch with the necessary officers concerned so that you can familiarize yourself with the National Action Plan as far as our PLC programs is concerned. Braveheart says, how well are the district directors informed on the structure? Okay, so Braveheart, you can be assured that our directors are informed about this, but you might not be aware, and that is the reason why we are standardizing your procedures. So after, having gone through this program, you are now familiar with it, and hand in hand with the directorate, I want to believe you will now be able to effectively facilitate its smooth implementation. Mahama wants to know, can someone decide to skip any of these structures in any case? Mahama, what do you think? For the structure provided, do you think skipping any of these steps or stages would ensure an effective and efficient implementation? Jonathan says he thinks with this channel of communication, teachers and head teachers will appreciate where to channel their issues for redress in the event of any challenge in PLC or insert implementation. And I definitely agree with you, Jonathan. Thank you for your input. Andrews Bar. Okay, so he says information flows in hierarchy, and this prevents conflict. Thank you very much for that insight, and I believe we've all taken note of that. Martin also says this channel of communication will help to address communication gap to enhance smooth operations of PLC. And you are definitely right, Martin. Love is joining us from the YouTube channel, and he says The communication channel would help implement and monitor the solutions we provide at our insert programs. Thank you very much, love. Abdel, if I got your name right, pardon me if I don't mention your names right. Abdel is also joining in from our YouTube channel. And it says to identify the problem, and 2, determine the cause of the problem. Then in the third one, gather data. Thank you very much. Foster. Foster says this channel of communication will be effective for the implementation of insert programs since no one is left out, and it will foster teamwork. Thank you so much. We'll take the very last one. Samuel says it will bridge any communication gap. And that is also very true. So thank you all for your interaction, for your comments, your questions, and your proactiveness. I want to believe this very first section has been a success. Kindly let us know if you have any reservations in the chat box, and prepare for the second section. And in that, you would be taken through the roles and responsibilities of the various key stakeholders or targeted audience we outlined in the 4th session of this particular section. It's been nice having you, and I look forward to meeting you again shortly. Bye for now.
Hello, everyone. You are welcome to section 2. And my name is Albert Lawe Tete. I'll be your facilitator on the topic roles and responsibilities of our key stakeholders. We are hopeful that by the time that we are done with this very section, you will be able to discuss the roles and responsibilities of the National Professional Development Committee. Then again, demonstrate knowledge of the roles of the various key players at the district level. You will also be able to outline and explain the responsibilities of the school administrator. Then again, you will be able to discuss the roles and responsibilities of the learning space facilitator and the curriculum lead. Before we delve into the roles and responsibilities, let's go through this preamble. As we explore the diverse roles and responsibilities each stakeholder bears, we will gain insights into the collaborative efforts that are essential for shaping and improving learning outcomes and the future of education. Under these sections, we're going to touch on one, the national, and that is the National Professional Development Committee. We also touch on the district, and we have the District Professional Development Committee. Under the district, we have the administrative body, the district master trainer, the school improvement support officer, and the district teacher support team. Then again, we also discuss the roles of the school administrators. And finally, learning space facilitators and the curriculum leads. Right. So under section 1, which talks about the roles and responsibilities of the National Professional Development Committee. First on the bill, we have policy development. Here, we expect that they will develop the guidelines, the principles, the rules related to in-service education activities, such as the PLC for learning space facilitators at the national level. Then again, under strategic planning, this is where they design and develop strategic PLC or professional learning communities activities for learning space facilitators at all levels. Then we have the resource allocation. Under the resource allocation, this is where they prioritize distribution of resources. They prioritize distribution of resources based on identifying needs and set goals. Then we also have the needs assessment. Here, they conduct regular needs assessments to identify specific training needs. Then we have the quality assurance. And under this, they monitor and evaluate PLC activities. They monitor and evaluate PLC activities to see if they are doing the exact thing. Then we have collaboration and coordination. And this is where they collaborate with all key stakeholders, all agencies to coordinate and help implement the professional learning communities initiative. Right. Let's now move to the roles of the District Professional Development Committee. Before I touched on this very one, let me be quick to add that even though on the structure, we don't have the region, let me say here that the region is part. The reason is that we want the district to actually own the professional development concept. We want the district to own it. It should be driven by the district. And that is how come we have decided to make it from national to district. But that is not to say that the region is out. No, there's no way we can visit the districts without using the region. But then because of the ownership, we want them to buy into the professional development concept. And that is how come on the structure, both the channel and the facilitation, we emitted the region. Thank you. And so let's now go to the various roles. So the first one, it is expected of the district to carry out the professional development planning. They also have to conduct the needs assessments. Then again, they will do the budgeting. Having identified the needs, then they will prioritize it and then begin to do budget. So they do the budgeting as well. Then they also do the policy compliance to make sure that they actually go by whatever standards or projections that they agreed on. Then we have resource coordination. They make sure that whatever resource is available, it's sent to targeted places or targeted audience. Then we have data analysis. Under the district, we expect them to analyze all information or data that is being collected. The various data that are being collected are being analyzed at the district level. And then finally, communication and collaboration. And this is where they build network, they form relations and maintain them. Then we'll move on to the district master trainer. Here, with the district master trainer, the administrative body at the district level, they select the district master trainer. They select the district master trainer to oversee the DTSTs or the district teacher support team. They are selected at the district level by the administrative body of the district professional development committee. And so the fact that you are a district trainer or a training officer at the district does not necessarily mean that automatically you are the district master trainer. No, depending on your expertise, and other requirements that the district will recommend or approve on, then you become the district master trainer. Right. So the district master trainer, being in charge of the DTSTs, we expect that you are knowledgeable enough, resourceful enough to bring out or to conduct professional development plans. And because you are resourceful, we expect that you will be able to model best practices in teaching and learning processes. We also expect you as the master trainer to conduct coaching and mentoring. It could be phase one-on-one or in groups. Then we also have feed forward and assessment. So depending on the feedback that is being collected from the field, that will then inform feed forward and assessment. Then we move on to data-driven decision making. Yes, so like I indicated, once the district master trainer receives inputs from the DTSTs and the CISOs, he will then go further to analyze the data, and based on that, that will then inform whatever decision that needs to be arrived at or taken. Then collaboration and coordination, and this is where they collaborate with other stakeholders. They team up, they gel, they do cooperative learning, they share best practices, and then they work together towards the same goal. We then move on to the school improvement support officer. When we cast our mind back to the structure, I realize that in terms of channel of communication at the district level, we have that back or two-way communication channels where the CISO can communicate with the DMT, and then the DMT will also be able to communicate with the CISO. And so in terms of the channel of communication, it is the CISO who will then gather the data from his or her circuit and then channel it to the DMT, and then the DMT, to based on the findings made when they go around, they also discuss it with the CISO. So there is that flow of information at the district level. So the CISO could be a facilitator depending on their area of specialism. The CISO could be a facilitator depending on their area of expertise or specialism. So let's look at the roles of the CISOs. 1, training and professional development. So they carried out training and professional development. They also give guidance on the PLC structure, like the structure that we just talked about. They give guidance, in-depth insights on the guidance on the PLC structure. They also help with facilitation. They facilitate the section and support learning space facilitators. They also analyze data and do assessments. Networking and collaboration. And this is where they begin to form relationships and then they maintain them. They need to form networks and collaborate with other colleagues, other stakeholders. So the CISOs will gel with the DMT and the DTSTs. Okay. Right, so let's look at the roles and responsibilities of the DTSTs. Let me stress here that all that we are doing here is in the name of the DTSTs. They're actually the subject experts that we expect to lead with facilitation at the district level. And so let's look at their roles, their specific roles that they need to carry out. So 1, they are expected to offer professional development. And so having identified the needs, the training gaps, we expect that the DTSTs who are resourceful, they will carry out professional development. Then again, they will provide technical assistance. And so depending on the area of specialism and expertise, they give support, technical support to our learning space facilitators to help them to be able to deliver as expected. We also have collaborate with schools. So the DTSTs will have to collaborate with the various schools to help with the professional development and the technical support services. We have support programs implementation. So just like the professional learning communities, the DTSTs are supposed to support the program. They offer whatever expertise that they have as and when. And so they support programs implementation. They could also offer services like coaching and mentorship. Then they also engage the school community. The DTSTs, being resourceful, are expected to engage the school community. Then, like I mentioned earlier, they also offer mentoring and coaching services. And this could be one-on-one or in groups. Right. Let's go through these reflection together. So which role will a DTST be playing in the following scenarios. The first question, gather information about the challenges in-service teachers face and provide them with the needed support. I want your perspective regarding this very first reflection. Gather information about the challenges in-service teachers face and provide them with the needed support. I will pause for you to go through the reflection and then come out with the appropriate response regarding the discussions we had. Which role will a DTST be playing in the following scenarios? You can share your responses through the chat box or the comment section for discussion. Right. So Sylvester says providing technical support. Thank you, Sylvester. Senna, mentoring and coaching. Thank you, Senna. Salifu, technical assistance. Thank you, Salifu. Yes, any other? Please, points of interest. Are other participants engaged in their subject chosen areas for today's workshop? Abdel, point of interest. Other participants engaged in their subject chosen areas for today's workshop? Today's workshop is general. Yeah, it's for everyone. So there's no specification yet. Okay, Abdel. Yes, thank you. DTST members should constantly get in touch with teachers and provide needed support. Right. Yes, so one more, Stanley. DTST members should constantly get in touch with teachers and provide needed support. Thank you, Stanley. But looking at the scenario, okay, supporting programs and helping in implementation. Looking at the scenario, we are talking about gathering information about the challenges in-service teachers face and provide them with the needed support. What it means is that we need to conduct needs assessments. We need to conduct needs assessments. And so for the scenario one, the expected results or response is conducting needs assessment. Thank you very much. Let's look at the second scenario. Which role will the DTST be playing in the following scenarios? Do follow-ups to schools to ensure a new intervention you provided during training is being implemented. So once again, I want you to come out with whatever role that you expect the CISO to play regarding this very reflection. Do follow-ups to schools to ensure a new intervention you provided during training is being implemented. And so if you look at the roles that we touched on, which one goes with this very scenario? So I'm waiting, send your responses via the comment section for us to discuss together. Do follow-ups to schools to ensure a new intervention you provided during training is being implemented. So which of the roles goes with this very scenario? The roles of the DTSTs, which of them goes with this very scenario? Benis, monitoring. Thank you so much, Benis. Ajay, monitoring. Thank you. Beatrice, monitoring and coaching. Monitoring and coaching. Thank you, Beatrice. Monitoring role, that's correct. Hubert, Maoli, Agbo, Clue. Thank you so much. Linking teachers to available resources, Frank. Right. Coaching and mentoring, Francis. Thank you so much. Support program implementation, Fuseni. Collaborate with schools. All right. So let's make progress. And so with the section, the question 2, do follow-ups to schools to ensure a new intervention you provided during training is being implemented, it is the monitoring and evaluation role. You need to go to the school to monitor if indeed, and that is where you begin to check, that is the quality assurance, to be sure they are actually doing whatever recommendations or whatever best practices you shared with them. And so the scenario 2, the response is monitoring and evaluation. Right. Let's move on to the third scenario. Train, counsel, and instruct an individual or group of people on how to develop their skills to enhance their productivity according to the set goals. I want your thought on this very one too. Train, counsel, and instruct an individual or group of people on how to develop their skills to enhance their productivity according to the set goals. So among all that we talked of, among all the rules that we discussed under the DTST, I want you to go through and pick the one that is suitable for this very scenario. So I am waiting for your response. The rules that touch on the scenario 3. John, collaborate with schools. I'm sure that is the earlier one, responding to the earlier reflection. We are now on the reflection 3. So please keep sending your responses via the chat box for collective discussion. Right. Divine says professional development role. Professional development role. Thank you, Divine. Beatrice, offer professional development. Thank you, Beatrice. Yes, I'm still waiting for more responses. Mentoring and coaching, mentoring and coaching. Yes. Thank you so much, Senna. Professional development, Ruben. Providing professional development, Innocent. Right. And so for the scenario 3, train, counsel, and instruct on an individual or group of people on how to develop their skills to enhance their productivity according to the set goals. So here we are talking about mentorship and coaching. You have to coach someone, you need to mentor someone. And so either in groups or individually, you offer mentorship and coaching services. Thank you so very much. We'll move on to the next section. Right, so that is section 3, roles and responsibilities of the school administrators. And they are our managers at the school level. So the first point here is collaborate with stakeholders. Yes, the school administrators will be meeting several key players, several organizations visiting the schools, and so they need to collaborate with them. And so the main role they need to play here is to be able to collaborate, form network with all other key players, all other stakeholders, the CSOs and all other members that comes to the school. They need to gel with them. They need to flow. And so that is the first point. Then again, they exhibit the leadership and management role. They should take charge over the school and make sure that everything is in line with the code of conduct. So they play the leadership and management role here. Then they also implement policies and procedures. And so like the professional learning communities, for instance, we expect the school administrators to ensure that it is well implemented at the school level. And then they oversee curriculum delivery, the day-to-day running of the school. They make sure that it goes smoothly without hitches. Right. Then let's move on to the learning space facilitators, and curriculum leads. And the learning space facilitators here, we are talking about the classroom teachers. We're calling it learning space facilitators because it's not only the classroom that learning takes place. And so that is how we've captioned it, learning space facilitators. So we have learning space facilitators and curriculum leads. Let's go through their roles as well. So one, they develop and oversee the implementation of the curriculum for a specific subject or grade level. Yes, so we expect that learning space facilitators and CLs, they will develop a lesson plan for specific grades or subject level. They prepare it and they deliver as well. Then the next point touched on collaboration. So they collaborate with teachers to align curriculum with educational standards. So they have that collaboration. They have that cooperative, learning environment where they can share ideas, all in the quest of trying to prepare enough to be able to deliver as expected. So they collaborate with each other and they make sure that whatever lesson they are developing, it's actually in line with the curriculum. Then we're talking about managing learners' behavior and establishing good facilitator-learner relationship. Yeah, this is where the chalk of the work comes. Because we have individual differences, the facilitator will have to be able to manage, need to be tolerant to manage all the learners, begin to put them into their various, groups, ability groups and all that. Consider their learning styles, consider their needs. Students with special educational needs need to look for all those learners in the learning space and try to manage them, build that rapport, let them feel at home, let them feel free, in the learning space. And so here it is very, very critical because if you don't tolerate them, if you don't manage them, they will cost you so much when you are doing your lesson presentation. So this is another very serious role that is expected of the learning space facilitators. Then plan and deliver instructions as well as assess learners' learning. And so, like I mentioned earlier, this is where the learning space facilitator will have to sit back, do mock lessons, try their hands, plan, factor in the background of their learners, the needed resources, and the different learning styles. Consider every learner, and then you prepare enough. And as you are delivering, you ask leading questions, or the quest of trying to find out if learners are actually on the same page with you, and if there's a need for you to review your presentations. All of this falls under the roles of the learning space facilitators. Then we have monitor and assess effectiveness of PLC sections. Yes, so they as well track and assess the effectiveness and efficiency of the PLC section. Then again, they stay current with developments in curriculum design and educational research. So all the new things that are coming up, they unlearn to relearn and learn. And so these are the roles of the learning space facilitator and the curriculum leads. Right. I have this reflection for us to go through together. Having gone through all the roles, let's quickly go through this reflection and think through. I am an English teacher or learning space facilitator who has a challenge teaching article writing, but I'm reluctant to seek assistance from a younger colleague because I think I would lose respect as head of department of the language department. As a DTST member, how would you help this teacher correct the misconception? I am an English teacher who has a challenge teaching article writing, but I'm reluctant to seek assistance from a younger colleague because I think I would lose respect as head of department of the language department. As a DTST member, how would you help this teacher correct the misconception? And so once again, go through the reflection and connect it with the roles of the learning space facilitator and let's see which one suits this very reflection and what you have to do when you encounter such challenge. And so go through, right, Florence, offer professional development. So Florence is of the view that when you are confronted with such a challenge, you offer professional development. Thank you, Florence. Learning has no barriers, senior or junior. Thank you, Rufai. No senior or junior. Thank you so much, Rufai Zimbri. Yes, I'm still on standby waiting for your perspective, your responses regarding this very reflection. Bear in mind the rules of the DTST. Stanley, the concerned teacher should be advised that no one is repository of all knowledge and therefore should learn from others. Thank you, Stanley. By coaching him to eliminate that misconception. Talata, thank you. Alhassa, I'll factor it into our professional learning communities lessons. Thank you so much, Alhassa. Fuseni, collaborate with teachers to align curriculum with educational standard. Abdul, collaborate with the teachers. Thank you so much, Abdul. Yes, so Desmond, as a teacher, you are expected to collaborate with other to align with set standards. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with consulting. Thank you so much. Collaboration here is very key. Yes, to collaborate because you all have the same goal, and so you need to work as a team. You need to gel. You need to collaborate. You need to share best practices. So there's no need. There's no point to feel you are head of department, and so for that matter, you feel so high. No, like the earlier persons submitted, we don't have senior in learning and we don't have junior in learning, and so you are one family. So you need to come together, share best practices. And so thank you so much for all your responses regarding this very reflection. Safo is of the view that coaching and mentoring assistance. Thank you, Safo. And so let's now move on to the next session and another reflection for us to go through. And so let me take it. I think it's a waste of time to prepare instructional notes before delivering because no teacher actually uses the notes in the delivery. I'm taking it one more time. I think it is waste of time to prepare instructional notes before delivery because no teacher actually uses the notes in the delivery. As a DTST member, how would you help this teacher correct the misconception? And so I expect your responses through the chat box or the comment section for us to collectively discuss. Waste of time to prepare instructional notes before delivery because no teacher actually uses the notes in the delivery. Your take on this scenario? Yes, Enyonam, educate the teacher about collaborative at workplaces. I'm sure Enyonam is responding to the earlier reflection. Thank you so much, Enyonam. Yes. Emmanuel, the teacher needs mentoring and coaching. I'm sure Emmanuel is also responding to the earlier scenario. Currently, we are on the second one, and that has to do with preparing instructional notes is waste of time. Your take on that, please. Without notes, teachers cannot teach systematically. And so there is surely the need for the notes. Thank you so much, Anthony Dublé. John Hammond, whatever one has prepared, even if he leaves it at home or loses it, one is able to remember to teach better. Yes, so he's also stressing on the need to prepare lesson notes. Abdullah, relevance of teaching notes should be made known to teachers. Thank you, Abdullah. Planning helps deliver instructions to achieve stated objectives. Thank you so much, Abdul. Richard Kwanzaa, the issue of the said teacher should be addressed at PLC meetings while he or she is present. Thank you so much, Richard. Yes, I'm sure this is in response to the earlier reflection. Well noted. Tahiru, coach the teacher and let him or her realize that in the absence of the regular teacher, this is what the second teacher will use. Thank you, Tahiru. Rashida, preparing instructional notes helps the teacher prepare and deliver very well. Thank you so much. I can see we are all speaking the same language. Thank you so much. Yeah, so let me wrap up by saying here that yes, just as the builder, you can't just get up a day and then put up your building or your structure. You need to plan. You need to consider the materials that you want to use. You need to consider the number of people that will use that structure, where to place it, and all that. And so, coming to the lesson plan, it is very, very crucial that we prepare lesson plan, factor in the background of our learners, consider the resources that you use, and then you try your hands on, and you see the systematic flow, when to incorporate your learning resources and all that. And so, I want to say that you can never teach very well without preparing instructional notes. Great. So now let's move on to our next section. Wow. All too soon, our time is up. Yes, so, but by way of recap, I want you to outline the differences and similarities among the roles of the school administrator and the curriculum leads and the learning space facilitators. So please go through and let's see the distinction between the curriculum lead and then the similarities among the administrator, the school administrator, the curriculum lead, and the learning space facilitators. Yes, so I'll give you some ample time to check the similarities and the differences. Is there anything that runs through all the school administrator, the curriculum lead, and then the learning space facilitators? Is there any difference? Let's discuss that briefly, and then we'll bring our session to a close. Differences and similarities amongst the roles of the school administrator, curriculum leads, and learning space facilitators. Right. So, Fifi, yes, Fifi says similarities. There will be the need for need assessment in all cases. Yes. So, both the school administrator, the curriculum lead, and the learning space facilitators, they all conduct needs assessment. Thank you so much, Fifi. Collaboration with stakeholders, also similarities. That's true. Both the curriculum lead, the learning space facilitator, and the school administrator, they need to collaborate. Then both oversees curriculum activities, and that is also very true. Thank you so much, Emanuela. That is very true. And so all that has been mentioned are about the similarities. Desmond, similarities, they are all aimed at improving learning outcome and professional development of the teacher. So they all aim at improving learning outcomes. That is the main goal that they all seek to achieve. And so these are the similarities. They collaborate, they conduct needs assessments, and they aim at improving learning outcome. Fuseni, all of them collaborate with one another. That's true, Fuseni. Yes, now let's look at the distinction. What are the differences? Having mentioned or discussed the similarities, let's go ahead to see the distinction. What separates them? What separates them? The school administrator, the curriculum lead, and the learning space facilitators. What are the distinctions? Yes. Distinctions or differences. Fuseni, all of them collaborate. That's very true. There's collaboration there. But let's now move on to the differences. Let's see the distinction among the school administrator, the curriculum lead, and the learning space facilitators. Send your responses through the chat box for us to discuss. Any early bird? Any early bird? Right, Samuel. They are all policy implementers. Yes, this goes to back the points on the similarities. They all implement policies. That's very true, Samuel Ajima. Thank you very much. Frank Ano, there are clear-cut responsibilities for each stakeholder or stakeholders. There are clear, differences, policies and management. Yes, Benjamin, the difference is policies and management. Fuseni, the curriculum lead has the direct contact with the learners than the rest. Wow. Fuseni, the curriculum lead, all right. Emmanuel Safo, school admin do budgeting, but the rest don't do. And so what Emmanuel is saying is that budgeting is being carried out by the school administrator, but the curriculum lead and the learning space facilitators, they do not do the budgeting. Fuseni is of the view that the curriculum lead has the direct contact with the learners than the rest. No, Fuseni, here the curriculum lead and the learning space facilitators are all teachers. The curriculum lead is a role, it's a role when it comes to the professional learning communities and community of practice. But then when we put the role aside, they are all learning space facilitators. And so for you to say that they have more contact, no, that is not correct. Thank you so much. Right. Yeah, so Chair 4 Foster, all three have their various roles, reports from bottom up. Thank you, Foster. Yes, I want two more responses, and that brings our discussion to a close for now. Abdullah, they all oversee curriculum delivery. Abdullah is still responding to the earlier scenarios, differences. Administrator is the manager, and the curriculum lead takes care of the PLC. The facilitator carry out the section delivery. Thank you so much, Simon. And this brings us to the end of our session for today. I hope you enjoyed it and it was interactive. Thank you so much. Hope to see you for the next
Okay, welcome back for the third section. So in this section, we would want to have an in-depth understanding of our standard-based curriculum. So in the next minute or two, kindly grab your curriculum, regardless of the subject you teach. Because in this section, most of the activities is going to be carried out by you, our dear innovative participants. Okay, so I believe you have your curriculum with you now. So let's delve into what this section has to offer. So in this section, we would discuss the following sessions. So in the first session, we'll just want to have an overview of the curriculum document. Then in the second session, we would want to focus our discussions around the aims of our standard-based curriculum. In the third session, our discussions will revolve around the other key components of our curriculum besides the aim and instructional expectations. Then in the fourth session, we would want to focus on the instructional expectations of our standard-based curriculum as outlined for the various subjects. So our learning outcomes for this particular section are as follows. We are hopeful that as trainers for your various districts, we would subsequently be providing orientations and trainings to your teachers on the use of the curriculum. You would be able to explain the overview of the standard-based curriculum. In this, we are referring to the key components that precedes the curriculum before the structure and organization of the content of the curriculum. Then in the second session, you as participants should be able to identify and explain at least 4 key components in the curriculum. Then for the third session, or our third outcome, we are hoping that you will be able to demonstrate an understanding of the aims of the standard-based curriculum, as well as outline the instructional expectations of the curriculum with regards to your specific subject area. So on that note, we begin with the very first session of our third section. So as earlier mentioned, we want to have an overview of the curriculum. You realize that in our instructional deliveries, we prepare our instructional notes or our lesson notes, as we often refer to, with the use of the scope and structure of the content of our curriculum. So we are familiar with the strand, the sub-strands, the indicators, the core competencies, etc. But most often than not, as teachers and facilitators, we do not pay attention to the other components of the curriculum. Hence, this session intends to draw our attention to it and its relevance, as well as appreciate it and use it effectively to ensure proper implementation of our curriculum. Don't forget that the curriculum is a structured document, and it doesn't just align some of these components, but it seeks to align them as well. What this implies is that every curriculum as a document has a rationale, and it is out of that rationale that it states the teaching and learning philosophy. Out of same rationale, we are able to come into terms with what its aims are. Now, during implementation, we are expecting that the learners we engage will be able to exhibit some profile of expected learning behaviors. Then again, this structured document outlines to us the assessment strategies and procedures we are expected to take our learners through. It doesn't end there. It also includes some creative pedagogies, of which we are hoping to discuss in the course of this presentation. Then, of course, our core competences, our 6 core competences. And another important aspect that deals directly with our facilitators or our teachers, which is the instructional expectations. So this is just an overview of the introductory aspects of our curriculum document. Now, we would want to delve into the aims of our curriculum. Regardless of the subject you teach or facilitate, you realize that it outlines the general aim. Then from the general aim, it carves out the specific aims for the various subject areas we teach or facilitate. And for the curriculum, the aims outline seeks to set direction for subsequent organization and development of our curriculum. These aims also determine the activities that will take place in our learning spaces, or better still, our classrooms at our various schools. So for this particular session, our goal is to discuss and come to an appreciation of the common overarching aims. Better still, you can refer to them as the goals and objectives of the standard-based curriculum. And regardless of what curriculum you use, you realize that some of these aims run through, and we would want to discuss them in this particular session. So your very first task, with reference to your curriculum document, you have to state one general aim as stated in the curriculum, and a specific aim carved out of that general aim you would want to focus on in the chat box. So I take that instruction again. Kindly refer to your curriculum document and state one general aim and one specific aim in the chat box so that we can all share. I'm waiting patiently for you to share the general aim, one general aim and one specific aim as stated in your curriculum. Okay, so we have an early bird, and this is coming from Mohammed. I think Mohammed is stating this out of our presentation, that the curriculum aims to set direction for future organization and development of the curriculum. So Mohammed, please share with us any other general aim and specific aim as outlined in the curriculum of the subject you teach or facilitate. Richard says, one general aim is meeting the global standard of education and economic. I don't know if I got the last one right. Okay, so I take this one from Georgina. And Georgina says one general aim is that it determines the activities that will take place in our learning space at our various schools. Thank you very much. But like I said, I wish you would share with us the general aims other than those we have already mentioned. Okay, so Queen Esther Mensah says, the general aim of the language and literacy is to enable learners develop an appreciation and understanding of the English language. Thank you very much, Queen Esther. We appreciate your input. Christina also says another general aim of the Common Core Program Science curriculum is at developing individuals to become scientifically literate, good problem solvers, and have the ability to think creatively. Very much appreciated, Christina. Angela Amuzo. I think today the ladies are taking up the show. So keep that coming. And Angela states a general aim being to develop communication skills to be able to communicate effectively. Thank you so much. I wish I would get a gentleman. Courage, Donko. And thank you for your courageous submission here. And Courage says, the curriculum aims at producing a morally upright Ghanaian who is responsible and capable of maintaining a healthy lifestyle and preserving their environment for sustainability. Thank you very much, Courage Donko. Foster has been proactive this far, and thank you for that. And Foster says one general aim is to have good problem solvers, and a specific aim is to develop curiosity spirit amongst our learners. We take this last one from Augustine Frimpong. He's also been very proactive. And Augustine says the curriculum is aimed at developing individuals to become mathematically literate, problem solvers, think creatively, possess the confidence and competence to participate fully in the affairs of the Ghanaian society as responsible local and global citizens. Thank you so much. It wouldn't hurt to take this from Senna. Senna is joining in from our YouTube channel, and Senna says, the curriculum is aimed at developing individuals to become mathematically literate, good problem solvers, and have the ability to think creatively. I think our mathematicians are in high spirits this morning. And we appreciate everybody's input thus far. So we proceed to our third session. Now, in this particular session, we would want to delve deeper into the other components besides the aims we have just looked at. And in here, we'll talk about the rationale, the philosophy, profile of expected learning behavior, assessment, creative pedagogies, core competences, etc. So we begin with the rationale. In the next 10-15 seconds, could you suggest to me a synonym for the word rationale? At least let me have 3 people suggest to us a synonym for the word rationale as used in the context of our curriculum. Who is going to be our early bird? A synonym for the term rationale as used in terms of our curriculum or in the context. Thank you very much, Yao. Yao has also been very proactive. Yao says a synonym for rationale is purpose. Thank you very much for that input, for saving the day. Any other person? A synonym. And Frimpong says motive. A good one there. Thank you so much for your input, Frimpong. And you have also been very proactive and we appreciate it. Please, if we don't mention your name, it doesn't mean we have not recognized your input or haven't read your input. Yao also shares that it is the purpose. Regina says it is the importance, the rationale. Okay, so in the context of the curriculum, she says it is the importance. Okay, depending on what angle we might want to look at it. So thank you so much for your inputs this far. I asked for 3 and you gave me more. Thank you. So now your next activity, as you have rightly said, the rationale of our curriculum can be referred to as the motive of the curriculum, the purpose of the curriculum. And from another perspective, you can say the importance of the curriculum. So in the next few minutes, I would want you to summarize in your own words the rationale of the curriculum for the subject you teach. So I'm looking forward to see the various disciplines or subject areas displayed in our chat box with the rationale summarized for us. And then again, we are looking forward to see if there are any distinctions in the rationale of the various subjects or they align. Okay, so Gideon. Gideon is from Cohort 2, if I remember. And he's joined us again. So Gideon says, okay, because there's no space in between the words, it's difficult to tell what you seek to communicate. Okay, so I take this one from Wisdom whilst Gideon provides clarity to his comments. So Wisdom says, research has proven that learners who are very good in their first language are able to learn a second language faster and better. Okay. So does this suggest that that is a rationale of our curriculum? Wisdom, kindly come clearer. Braveheart says to provide quality mathematics education. So I want to believe this is from the mathematics curriculum. Thank you so much for your input, Braveheart. Can I have the other subject feature as well? Gladys, thank you for your input, but I wish you were a little more directional, reasonable, logical. Kindly communicate well so that we can all have an understanding of what you seek to share. Okay, the mathematicians are in high spirit, and this is coming from Yao. He says the rationale of the mathematics curriculum is to enable develop people's natural ability to think logically, solve puzzles, and apply these skills to real life problems. Thank you so much for that input. Can I have the other? Computing. Thank you so much, Safo Emmanuel. And from the computing curriculum, he says the rationale is to provide students with access to important computing ideas, knowledge, and skills that they can draw on in their personal and work lives, as well as their learning of other disciplines or subjects. Rashida, an English facilitator, and she says English helps create confident communicators, imaginative thinkers, and informed citizens. We appreciate that input, Rashida, and we take this from Divine. Divine says the CCP computing curriculum has this rationale, and it states to provide students with access to important computing ideas, skills that they can draw on in their personal and work lives. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm tempted to take this last one from Senna. She says mathematics therefore ought to be taught using hands-on and minds-on approaches, which learners will find as fun and adopt as a culture. And on that note, we want to zoom straight into our philosophy, our teaching and learning philosophy as outlined in the curriculum. Now, if you research into what philosophy is, you would realize that it kind of guides the way we do what we do. So the curriculum seeks to share with us its vision on how teaching should go and how learning should be conducted, all with a goal to improve learning outcomes. So as facilitators, it is encouraged that before you walk into your learning space to deliver any instruction, you should be mindful of this teaching and learning philosophy as outlined in the curriculum. And having done that, you are also encouraged to create or carve your own teaching and learning philosophy. And by so doing, it will inform the kind of strategies and approaches you would employ in delivering instruction. So we throw the ball back to ourselves again. Having gone through the teaching and learning philosophies outlined in our curriculum, could you share with us in the next minutes what your personalized teaching and learning philosophy is? Remember, it should not be in isolation of the curriculum. So in the next few minutes, kindly share with us your teaching and learning philosophy. So while I wait to read yours, I might as well share mine with you. Now, as a mathematics facilitator, I believe that the complexity around mathematics needs to be demystified. Hence, since the teaching philosophy of the curriculum is to make teaching inquiry-based. I believe that learners should be provided with the opportunity to discover their own concepts and understanding of maths, ideas, and concepts. So my philosophy is to create that learning environment that would allow learners discover their own learning through inquiry-based instruction. This is mine. I want to know about yours. So kindly share with us what your personal teaching and learning philosophy is in the next minutes, so that we'll have an understanding of the amazing innovators we have on us on this virtual training. We would save the day. Okay, so this is Augustine's teaching philosophy. And he says mathematics education must provide learners with opportunities to expand, change, enhance, and modify how they view the world. And thus, it must be learner-centered and discovery learning with the provision of adequate and relevant resources. Thank you very much, Augustine, for sharing your teaching philosophy with us. Benjamin Amankwa says his teaching philosophy is to enable the use of ICT in research and design, where applicable, to come out with their own learning. Thank you for sharing yours with us as well. We take this one from Fifi. He says his philosophy of teaching integrated science is that it should be hands-on for learning. Maybe I should take that again. So Fifi says his philosophy for teaching of science is that it should be hands-on for learners to construct their own knowledge with the guidance of a facilitator. Thank you so much. So I want to believe Fifi would play that vital role in facilitating a hands-on science lesson. Innocent Mawuli says his philosophy is to create an environment that promotes learners' own knowledge based on their prior experience. Thank you so much, Mawuli. Now this is from Christina Lisa Oku, if I got your name right. Her philosophy is to train a holistic learner who can think creatively. And I definitely wish to be one of your learners, Christina, because I wish to think creatively. Now we take this one from Bright, and Bright says to be able to assist learners with the requisite skills to understand their world of knowledge, their world of language. Use language purposefully in everyday context with appropriate meaning. Thank you so much, Bright Nyako, for your input. And we take this last one from Godwin. And Godwin says, to teach mathematics in a way that the general misconception that mathematics is difficult is erased through activity-based. Your comments and your philosophies are lovely. So I would still want to take one more from Lazarus. Lazarus says, philosophy refers to a self-reflective statement of your beliefs about teaching and learning. Thank you so much for that insight, Lazarus. So on that note, we would encourage that as facilitators, you construct your self-reflective statements that will subsequently guide your facilitation of instruction for improved learning outcomes. Now we'll move on to discuss the profile of expected learning behaviors. And if you study your curriculum carefully, you realize that it outlines 3 sub-areas. The first being the knowledge, understanding, and application as profile dimensions of learning. It also looks at the process skills that learners are expected to acquire or exhibit during and after every instruction. Then it delves into the attitudes and values. Don't forget, as a nation, we have national values that we hope our learners will be able to exhibit in the shortest possible time or in the long term. So it is good that as facilitators, you familiarize yourself with these things so that your instructions are tailored towards helping them acquire these expected learning behaviors. Now, under the process skills, if you look at what has been outlined in the curriculum per your subject area, you realize that skills such as measuring, analyzing, observing, etc. Learners are supposed to be able to do all of these things. So our instructions should also be tailored such that they'll be given the opportunity to be able to do them effectively. Likewise, the attitudes and values stated, some of which includes tolerance, or if you can just go through that of the national one, you can go with the acronym HIPAAT. That's the HIPAAT. So H for humility, I for integrity, P for patriotism, A, assertiveness. The next A, we have accountability. Then last but definitely not least is the tolerance. So our instructions should be tailored and geared towards inculcating in our learners these attitudes and values after they have been able to gain some process skills, as well as demonstrate some profile dimensions in knowledge, understanding, and application of knowledge. Right. Okay, so we would want to also look at assessment as another key component of the curriculum. We are all familiar with formative and summative assessment. Now, the standard-based curriculum, upon its introduction, streamlined our assessment in 3 categories, that is assessment as learning, assessment for learning, and assessment of learning. I believe you are already familiar with these ones, but in an attempt to provide a little bit of clarity for those who might still have challenges understanding it, we said the assessment as learning is one that is supposed to let the learner assess his or her own understanding of instructional expectations. So as facilitators, we are encouraged to tailor instructions such that learners will be able to assess their own understanding of instructional expectations through peer discussions, group works, as well as the facilitator sharing the learning expectations or instructional expectations at the beginning of instruction so that learners can effectively engage in assessment as learning. Now, the curriculum also outlines the assessment for learning, which is supposed to take place throughout the instructional process. It can happen before, it can happen during instruction. The goal is to assess learners' learning as and when the instruction is taking place. It also helps the facilitator, to plan and tailor instructions with a goal to meet the stated learning outcomes or objectives. So we say that the assessment for learning, assessment as learning, together forms our formative assessment because it is a continuous and unending process. Then our assessment of learning is then used to assess our expectations at the end of a given period, be it midterm, end of academic year, or whatever period you wish to assess learning. And in this, we refer to the assessment of learning as our summative assessment. I believe you have more ideas around this. And as you interact with the teachers and your colleagues, you share some of these strategies with them. And we also look forward to sharing some assessment strategies with you in the subsequent sections. Now, to ensure that we are able to meet these categories of assessment, be it assessment as learning, assessment for learning, or assessment of learning, the curriculum also recommends some creative pedagogies, ranging from differentiation, scaffolding, inclusion, you can name them. But if you take a critical look at our curriculum, it outlines and suggests to you various pedagogies you can adapt or adopt in implementing the curriculum. Most definitely, the use of IT is not left out. So as facilitators, you do not just familiarize yourself with them, but you try to model them as well to the teachers in your districts so that they can effectively vary instruction tailored towards improving the learning outcomes of our Ghanaian child. Now, in the next minute or two, could you quickly outline the core competences as outlined in the curriculum? And we'll be glad if you would want to throw more light on any of them. So at least just one of the core competences, and kindly read through the comments before you post yours so that we don't have to repeat the core competences. So can I have 6 innovators outline to us the core competences? Adding a brief description to that will be very much appreciated. So 6 of us, let's take it away. Thank you very much for being a pace setter, Senna. And Senna shares with us one core competence being critical thinking and problem solving. And she explains that this skill develops learners' cognitive and reasoning abilities to enable them analyze and solve problems. Thank you so much, Senna. Can we have our second person share another core competence? Okay, so in very simple terms, Cynthia shares with us creativity and innovation. Can we have the third person? Okay, so I think problem solving and critical thinking has already been mentioned. So Rufai, can you please share with us another core competence? Alberta. Okay, so this has also been mentioned, critical thinking and problem solving. Can we please have the other core competences? Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And Emmanuel adds on cultural identity and global citizenship. Okay. Thank you so much. For want of time, we would want to proceed to the next activity. But don't worry, you can keep your comments coming. We would read them as and when they come. And we encourage you to read the comments of others as well. You might just be learning or unlearning something in the process. All right. So can I have someone, just one person, the first person, arrange the following profile dimensions in order of ascending magnitude using the chat box? Anybody? Arrange the following profile dimensions in order of ascending magnitude in the chat box. Can I have someone do that for us? Okay, I wish you could arrange all before sharing with us. Our inputs are taking time to come in. I want to believe it's probably the network. And for the sake, okay, so Fifi has saved the day. Thank you so much for your inputs. And Fifi says we have knowledge, understanding, comprehension. Oh, understanding is repeating. I want to believe it's a typo. We have analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fifi. So we'll move on to our fourth and final session for this section. And in here, we would want to discuss the instructional expectations. Now, for each learning area or subject, the curriculum outlines the major roles the teacher is expected to play in implementation of the curriculum. So what this goes to suggest is that if you as a teacher or facilitator, you would want to assess your effectiveness in implementing the curriculum, then these are your benchmarks for that assessment. Now, for all the various subjects, some of these instructional expectations run through, but there are some others that are specific to our subject areas. For the purpose of this particular presentation, we decided to take out some of these general ones that run through from the English curriculum. So from the English curriculum, it states that for a teacher to effectively implement the curriculum, the teacher should guide, facilitate learning by generating discourse amongst learners and challenging them to accept and share responsibility for their own learning based on their unique individual differences. And you realize that this particular one will run through all the various disciplines or subjects. Then again, it states that the teacher should be able to select English language content. So if you're a maths teacher, you should be able to select mathematics content, computing, should be able to select computing content, etc. So as teachers and as facilitators, to effectively implement, it is key that you familiarize yourself with these instructional expectations as outlined in the curriculum. We would allow you some time before the next section so that you can deeply reflect on these roles you are expected to play as facilitators. And having done that, whilst we wait to have the next section, you can share with us those instructional expectations that are specific to your subject or learning area in the chat box. And before the next section, we will read through them, and somebody might just be learning from you in the process. So like I said, this will be your task whilst we wait to have the next section. And in here, whilst referring to your curriculum, you have to identify and outline the instructional expectations specific to your learning area in the chat box. So thank you so much for making this section very interactive, very lively, and we do appreciate your proactiveness and all your wonderful comments, inputs, and suggestions. So on that note, we come to the end of the third section. Very soon we would have the fourth section where you'll be taken through strategies you would require to effectively prepare for implementation. On that note, see you again soon for another engaging section. Bye.
Welcome back. So this is section 4, and we'll be touching on preparing for implementation. Right. So under this section, we're going to touch on needs assessment. We'll look at resource allocation, professional development, and communication plan. So we are hopeful that by the time that we are done with section 4, you will be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills in conducting a comprehensive needs assessment in the educational sector using the phases and guidelines involved. Then again, you will be able to discuss the strategies involved in the effective allocation of resources to optimize teaching and learning outcomes. You will be able to demonstrate a comprehensive understanding of the importance of ongoing professional development in the education field and its impact on improving teaching quality and learner outcomes. And finally, you will be able to you will be able to master clear objective setting, audience identification, and concise key message development in the DTST communication plan, aligned with the district priorities and stakeholder needs. Right, so under section 1, our learning outcomes reads, you will be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills in conducting a comprehensive needs assessment in the education sector using the phases and guidelines involved. Right. So, needs assessment in education. Needs assessment in education. When we talk of needs assessment in education, what we are talking about is the systematic process of identifying, analyzing, and prioritizing educational needs. Let me take it one more time. It is the systematic process of identifying, analyzing, and prioritizing educational needs. Right. I've mentioned 3 terms here, and let me briefly take you through before we delve into the actual work. And so you first have to identify the gaps. When you identify the gaps, you need to analyze them. When you analyze the gaps, you then prioritize them. And when you prioritize, you come out with your implementation plan. And so when we talk of needs assessments, let's now go through the systematic way or the process. So the first and foremost, what you need to do is to identify your key stakeholders. You need to identify your key stakeholders. And here you need to bring on board all key stakeholders so that you have a comprehensive process. Then again, when you bring all the key stakeholders on board, you are promoting shared accountability and stakeholder buy-in. Right. So in selecting your stakeholders, you need to consider diverse background or skills. You need to consider diverse background or skills. And this is to make way for diverse perspective. And so you identify your stakeholders, you consider their background or their skills. And we are saying that when you identify your stakeholders and you bring all on board, then you are going to build what we call the coalition. So you have a coalition. Then having done all this, you then now define your purpose. You need to define what you seek to achieve with clear communications. You set your targets, your timelines, and all that. And when you are done, you then look for the various data sources. You need to look for various data sources. And these sources could be existing data. You could use questionnaires, checklists, portfolios, Google survey, and what have you. Then when you get the data, you now have to analyze. So if you look at the terms or the definition, I mentioned identification, I mentioned analyzing, and then prioritization. So currently, we are on the second point, and that is analyzing. And here, we're going to use the SWOT analysis, where we're going to consider the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and then the threats. And so in analyzing, you need to consider the trends. You want to see if there are patterns over the years. You want to see if there are areas of concern, and when you are digging the root causes, you need to be sure that it is mutually exclusive as well as collective exhaustive. You need to consider all this so that you don't overlap. Then after the analysis, we move on to the prioritization. And here, if you want to prioritize, you need to consider certain factors, like 1, the agency of the case or the gap; 2, the importance; and then 3, the feasibility, that what you want to implement, if it's feasible, And so 1, we identify the needs, or we identify our key stakeholders. We make sure that they have diverse background or skills. Then again, we define our purpose or targets. We collect the data, and we are talking about various sources. Then from the data, we now come and then analyze it. And here, this is where I mentioned that we'll be using the SWOT analysis, where we have to consider the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats. And in the course of the analysis, we need to look out for the patterns, the trends over the period, and areas of concern. And when we are done, we now move on to the prioritization stage. And that is where I mentioned that we need to consider the feasibility, the importance, and then the agency. And here we may use tools like the pairwise ranking or the simple ranking and scores to do prioritization. And once we prioritize, we come out with what we actually want to do. Then we'll have our recommendations. So we write our recommendations after the prioritization. And here, then again, stakeholders will have to come back and then validate the recommendations. We need to validate the recommendations. Then after the validation, we now come out with our final report or action plan. We come out with the action plan. Then with the action plan, after the action plan, then we come to the implementation stage. Then as we implement, there'll be a need for us to track. And so there'll be evaluation. And if we track and it's not feasible or it's not going well, we'll have to review it, all in the quest of trying to improve continuous performance or learning outcomes. And so in fine, when we talk of needs assessment, these are some of the things that we need to touch on. And one may ask, why do we do needs assessment? We do needs assessment so that we ensure that teachers and students have the necessary support and resources for effective learning. Mind you, we define the needs assessment with respect to education. Then again, needs assessment is the first step in an ongoing process to improve education, serving as a foundation for targeted actions. And so when this assessment is being carried out, we are able to identify the gaps between the current and desired state. Let's look at the reasons for needs assessment. So 1, for efficient resource allocation. 2, data-driven decision-making. And so here what we are stressing is that we don't believe in fallacy, rumors, and what have you, but you need to conduct proper needs assessment that is very comprehensive, so that at the end of it all, you have a data to back whatever rumor or whatever gap or whatever misconception is spreading. So it ensures efficient resource allocation, data-driven decision making, and then it improves learning outcomes. Yes, because as it's going to ensure that teachers and students have the necessary support and resource for effective learning, and that in the long run will promote or improve learning outcomes. And then it's also going to promote inclusivity and ensures accountability. Yes, I mentioned the fact that we need to bring all stakeholders involved so that we're going to have shared accountability. And we are also going to consider the various backgrounds of the stakeholders. And when we do this, we're going to have a comprehensive process. Right. So let me now walk you through the guidelines one more time. And so here we're talking about defining the assessment purpose. Yes, you need to define your assessment. You need to define your goals. You need to define your purpose clearly. And then you also have to identify your stakeholders, and in identifying the stakeholders, you need to take into cognizance their diverse skills and background to make way for diverse perspectives. Then we go to collecting the data, and we are saying here that we collect data from various sources. We may collect existing data, we may collect questionnaires, we will use questionnaires, we will use Google survey, checklists, portfolios, and what have you, all in the quest of trying to get the root causes, And when we get all these data, we will now come and then analyze them. And here again, I mentioned using the SWOT analysis, where we break to look for, the strengths, look for the weaknesses, look for the opportunities, look for the threats, And in doing this, we need to take cognizance of the trends, whether there has been some, within a period, there has been some trends, which keep recurring, look for patterns and areas of concern. Then from the analysis, we then move to identifying the needs. Then we're going to now prioritize the needs. And here I said in prioritization, we need to consider the agency, consider the feasibility, and then the importance. And I mentioned some tools that we can use to do this. We can use the pairwise ranking or just the simple ranking and scoring. We can use this. What we need to do is that you look at the issue at stake, the long-term benefits. We do this, bear in mind that supposing you have a limited resource, resources, and you need to use that resource, you need to consider the agency first, and then the importance and the feasibility. Then having prioritized the needs, we come to the recommendations or the reports or the findings. Then after the findings, stakeholders will have to come back and validate it one more time. And this is what makes it more comprehensive, And then after the validation, you then now move to the planning action. You are now going to strategize how you are going to go about the issues or the gaps. Then after the actions, we move on to the implementation stage, where we put into running or fusion whatever actions we plan. Then in the course of implementing, there's the need, or there'll be a need for us to, from time to time, track the progress, to see if we are really on course, And here is the case that we need to be flexible, so that if there'll be a need for adaptation, we'll have to do that. And so we need to track the process to see if it's really working. And we believe that when all this is done, then of course, we'll be striving for continuous improvement. Right. Let me also stress here that needs assessment in education is an interactive and a dynamic process. So it keeps changing. So we need to be flexible, so that as and when we need to change, we'll have to do that. Right. Let's move to the key ideas here. So here we talked about the importance of needs assessment. And here we mentioned ensuring teachers and learners have the necessary support in education. That is the first one. And then with regards to the benefits, said that there will be efficient resource allocation to targeted teacher development. So we're going to have one, efficient resource allocation, targeted teacher development. Based on the needs assessment, we begin to prioritize whatever we're going to do to meet the targeted group. We don't just send or distribute resources to everybody or anybody at all, but then based on the need, So we're going to have targeted teacher development. If there's a need for us to do professional development for the teachers, depending on the outcome of the needs assessments, we will do that. And all this will be backed by the data. And so we said data-driven decision making. And we believe this will improve learning outcome. And this will also bring on board inclusivity and accountability. Looking at the various phases, we talked about the planning. We need to plan, that is, identify your stakeholders, build a coalition, data collection, analysis, needs identification, prioritization, reporting and recommendations, implementation, evaluation, and continuous improvement. Then dynamic and inclusive approach. The process is flexible, which I mentioned, because we need to consider the feasibility. And so there's that allowance, there's that flexibility as and when, if we need to adjust or modify certain things, not in the quest of trying to improve learning outcome. And so it's very flexible, and it involves stakeholders. And it emphasizes ongoing assessment and collaboration in education. Right. So let's now move on to section 2. Before we go to section 2, by way of recap, let me read the reflection for us to go through. So let me just take you through. Madam Mia Wege is a young, vibrant, newly posted education director in Ojifo district. As a new director, she chose Deba to introduce herself to the district and invited all identifiable groups in the district. During the Deba, she was presented with a long list of issues, including a high dropout rate among boys, 15% average pass rate in BEC for the past 4 years, high learner to furniture and classroom ratio, and a high turnover of teachers in the district, among many others. So confused and overwhelmed, she contemplated seeking reposting from the district. She comes to you for advice as someone very passionate about education. In your candid opinion, as a DTST member, how would you go about the educational issues raised in the district above? I'm taking the reflection one more time. So please, let's move along. Madam Miowege is a young, vibrant, newly posted education director in Ojifo district. As a new director, she chose Deba to introduce herself to the district and invited all identifiable groups in the district. During the Deba, she was presented with a long list of issues, including a high dropout rate among boys, 15% average pass rate in BEC for the past 4 years, high learner to furniture and classroom ratio, and a high turnover of teachers in the district, among many others. So confused and overwhelmed, she contemplated seeking reposting from the district. She comes to you for advice as someone very passionate about education. In your candid opinion, as a DTST member, and having gone through the first session, how would you go about the educational issues raised in the district above? Please send your responses via the chat box. In your candid opinion, how would you go about the educational issues? Yes, your candid opinion on how you go about this. All right. So, Emmanuel, Elibed, our advice, should conduct a survey to get an accurate data on the problems in the district. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Zibrim, the new director needs to conduct a needs assessment for the district. Thank you so much. Looking and tackling the most pressing issues in the district. Thank you so much, Zibrim, for that wonderful submission. She has to conduct needs assessment. Kujo Peter, then she is in trouble. Kujo, she's not in trouble. You are working as a team, so please bring your perspective. Water, discuss the need to conduct needs assessments to know which of the issues to prioritize. Thank you so much, Water, for your submission. Yes, needs assessment needs to be conducted. And then advise her to start addressing the issues one after the other. This will help her to achieve progress from time to time, and within some time, she might be able to address all the issues identified in the needs assessment. Thank you so much, Walter. Jonathan. Thank you so much. Yes. Ernest Babu, the director will be advised to do proper needs assessment. Thank you. Yes, needs assessment. Thank you so much, Ernest. Godwin, she needs to carry out needs assessment. Thank you so much, so that she provides the needed support to learners and teachers. Thank you so much, Godwin, for that submission. Beniseji, I will first have to identify the challenges, gather data on their challenges, formulating implementation policies to address the challenges. Thank you, Benis. Thank you, Benis. All right. Keep sending your responses. As and when they pop up, we'll discuss them. Fifi, as DTST, first there will be need assessment to determine the low turnout, the resources available to correct it. Thank you so much, Fifi. I'm so pleased and happy about you bringing out the need for needs assessment. That alone means that you are following closely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fifi. Yes, Ben, the new director needs to conduct needs assessments in the district and identify the most pressing issues and address them. Thank you so much. Yes, I think we are all on the same page. Yes. So, so can I summarize this section so we move on to the next session? Yeah. So if you looked at the scenario, there's element of trend. So for the past 4 years, BEC has been 15% average. So there's a trend. When you're analyzing the data, there's a trend. So what we need to do here is to first conduct needs assessment. Some of the issues raised may be just fallacy, but you need the data. You need to prove whatever we are saying. And so there will be a need for us to conduct needs assessment, a very comprehensive one, so that at the end of it all, we'll have data to back whatever. And in the course of analyzing our data, we'll look at for patterns. We'll look at for trends, like we mentioned. And so thank you so much for your contribution. Let's now move on to the next session. Well, before I move, Senna, yes, I would advise to conduct a needs assessment. Thank you so much, Senna. So now let's move on to section 2. And that one here, we're going to touch on resource allocation. Resource allocation. Yeah, so we are hopeful that by the time that we are done with session 2, you will be able to discuss the strategies involved in the effective allocation of resources to optimize teaching and learning outcomes. All right. So here, we're going to touch on 4 key or main areas or resources. The first one is textbooks and instructional materials. Yeah, so having conducted the needs assessment and prioritizing the needs, we'll now consider to send the needs, the resources to the targeted audience. And so here, we allocate textbooks and materials based on curriculum needs and teacher-student requirements. So based on the needs assessment, we send these materials to the targeted places, and this is to ensure that there's equity. Then the next point talks about technology integration. Technology integration. And like as you are aware, we are doing our competencies. We have the 21st century. We have digital literacy. And so we want to imbibe digital literacy in our teaching and learning processes. And so here we're going to provide digital tools like tablets and laptops for effective technology integration in education. And so having identified the gaps, these are target materials that we need to send to those schools or where they are actually needed. And so we provide digital tools like tablets and laptops for effective technology integration in education. And that will come as a result of the needs assessment, because we are talking about resource allocation. Then we also have collaboration and networking. So allocate resources for teacher collaboration, offering time and space for teamwork. Yeah, so we are talking about allocating resources. Let's give teachers all the necessary resources that they need for us to work as a team. Resources like professional learning communities, resources that we need to conduct professional learning communities, community of practices, all forms of networking resources that will empower our learning space facilitators so that they'll be able to deliver. And so all these falls under collaboration and networking. Then we also have evaluation and feedback mechanism. Yes, in our quest to improve learning outcome, we need to, from time to time, review our work, to see if we are actually on course. And so there's the need for us to monitor and evaluate whatever program or policy we are implementing, using several tools like surveys, to assess and see if there's the need for us to make some adjustments or in the quest of trying to improve teaching and learning strategies. And so under the resource allocation, we have these 4 areas that we need to touch on. The first is the textbooks and instructional materials. Here we are saying that they'll be sent to targeted places to promote equity. Then we also touch on technology integration. And we said here, we provide digital tools like tablets, laptops for effective technology integration in education. Then collaboration and networking. We encourage teachers to team up, to work as a group, use several networking platforms, to help themselves, using the professional learning communities, using the community of practice and what have you, all in the name of working together, cooperative learning, building that synergy as a team. That we don't have senior teacher or junior teacher. We all have one common goal, and that is to improve learning outcome of that Ghanaian child. So if there's a need for us to unlearn or to relearn or learn, why not? We need to make way for all these changes. Then the final one talks about the evaluation and feedback mechanism. If you look at the nature of education, it makes way for dialogues and engagement. And so, of course, it is only prudent that we need to, from time to time, monitor and evaluate whatever we are doing. Use several mechanisms to get feedback that will inform our feed forward. Right. So, having gone through this very section, let's go through this reflection by way of recap. Right. There is a local joint popularly referred to as La Parlamento in Agbedefu Township, where locals meet to socialize and talk about social issues during weekends and holidays. During one of these sections, after the BEC results were released, there was lashing of the district directorate for lack of resources in the school. Some alleged that schools pay bribes to get textbooks. Others claimed there was some favoritism in the way teaching and learning resources were handled. A blogger who had just returned from overseas was also engaged in a heated debate about the use of tablets and technology for classroom or learning space teaching and learning, which was hardly contested. You are a DTST member in your school's district. Some members recognized you and shouted, "Charlie, Charlie, say something loud." What are the principles, the mechanisms, and strategies involved in the efficient management of education resources? And so, please go through the reflection and come out with your principles, the mechanisms that you put in place, the strategies that you put in place in the quest of trying to ensure efficient resource allocation. You send your response through the chat box or the comment section for us to discuss. Your principles, mechanisms, and strategies you employed for efficient management of education resources. Share with us your thoughts. Right. Kwabena Watson, one, textbooks. Kwabena Watson, your response is not clear. All right. Yao. Allocate resources on the basis of need and availability of users of those resources. Thank you so much, Yao. Allocate resources on the basis of need. Frank Edu, conduct needs assessment or on resource allocation. Frank, resource allocation comes after the conduction of the needs assessment. And so your response is not so clear. I want to know exactly what you want to share with us. Sena, ICE integration, example, the provision of laptops to teachers. Thank you so much, Sena. Keta office. Keta office. The storekeeper must be checked seriously. Thank you so much. There should be provision of textbooks, appropriate devices and tools for teaching and learning. Yes. Thank you, Kwabena. ICT integration, example, the provision of laptops to teachers. Thank you. Emanuela, resources should be shared according to teacher-learner ratio. Also, the use of the tablet will help learners research more about what they are taught, hence encouraging personal learning habits. Thank you, Emanuela. Esotina. The needs assessment will help with the proper allocation of resources. Thank you so much. Yes. All right. So, in summing up all that we have discussed, or the responses, in order to sum up the responses received so far, I can see, okay, Ben, encouraging the use of ICT tools in the teaching and learning process. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, so we are all on the same page. And so to sum up the various responses that you have shared with us, it is quite illustrious that the concept has been imbibed and that the resources need to be distributed considering the needs, and not just distributing them. We need to prioritize the distribution of the resources based on identified needs, and targeted places. So that is basically the idea here. So we need to allocate the resources to targeted schools based on the needs, and not just distributing. Saint is of the view that there must be a fair distribution of resources. That's true. And so we distribute the resources according to identified needs of the schools and the learner. And this is to ensure that there's equity. Thank you so much. So this takes us to our next session, and that is professional development. Right. So here we are expected to demonstrate a comprehensive understanding of the importance of ongoing professional development in the education field and its impact on improving teaching quality and learner outcomes. So what is then continuous professional development and growth? It is an ongoing process for educators to enhance skills and knowledge. It is an ongoing process. So it is a process, it's continuous, as the name. So it's ongoing process for educators to enhance skills and knowledge. And this is where educators come together as with people with the same interest. They come together, they share ideas, they share best practices, they learn from one another, because we are one community, we have the same target. And so it is a platform, or it's a section where educators come together with one interest, and that is to share best practices, share skills, and enhance their knowledge base. They also adapt to evolving learner needs, pedagogies, and technology. Yes, so in the course of the engagements, we adapt to evolving learner needs and pedagogy. So new pedagogies, new trends come on board, and we all embrace it wholeheartedly. Then again, improve education quality and stay updated. Yes, the word or education is dynamic. Every now and then, new trends are coming up, and so there's a need for us to, from time to time, meet as a family, and we share ideas. We unlearn, we relearn or learn on new trends. Now let's look at the components of the continuous professional development and growth. So these are the components. One, that's the needs assessment. And this is where we identify the teacher developmental needs or development needs. Yes, so we first have to identify the need. Yes, so once we are able to identify the needs, then we'll then design a professional development, or we'll plan a professional development. And so the next step after the needs assessment is professional development planning. We make sure that the planning aligns with the goals. Then, depending on the needs assessment, if there's a need for us to conduct mentoring or coaching, we need to do that. So there will be mentoring and coaching services, and this is to support less experienced educators. We need the more experienced one to guide them, to coach and then mentor them. Then we have resource sharing, and like we were saying, based on the needs assessment, it would share materials and best practices to targeted audience or teachers. Then the last one talks about feedback and evaluation. Yes, there's a need for us to evaluate or monitor or track whatever that we are doing, receive feedback, and this will inform feed forward. Yes, so under the components, these are the various areas that we need to touch: needs assessment, professional development planning, mentoring and coaching, resource sharing, and feedback and evaluation. Right. Let's now go to this reflection. Before we go to the reflection, let's look at the key ideas. So continuous professional development and growth. It is a continuous growth for educators to adapt to evolving educational needs. So these are key areas that we need, like the take home. So it's continuous growth of educators to adapt to evolving educational needs. Yes. Then the components, we have needs assessments, planning, mentoring, resource sharing, and feedback. So these constitute the components. Then with the implementation, we'll have to prioritize the needs. Yes, we need to prioritize the needs. Bear in mind the agency, the feasibility, and the importance. Then we analyze the data, we observe the classroom, we create the resources, we mentor, we align feedback and engage with parents and the communities. Yes, parents are major stakeholders, and so for every policy, every action that we take, we need to bring them to speed for them to appreciate and get a buy-in into whatever we are doing, and that will bring about the shared accountability. Right. Let's look at the reflection here. During a sports festival in your district, you chanced on a lively conversation among a group of teachers in a debate about relevance or importance of CPD and gene. A significant number of them held the view that CPD and gene activities are a waste of time and resources after acquiring degrees in the subjects at college or university. Others also mentioned that CPD and gene activities are important, but the ones being organized in the district are not targeted and are done either for fun or money. You are a member of the DTST in your district. You are required to help them appreciate the various aspects of the CPD and gene component and implementation processes. So, in brief, explain the concept of CPD and gene, touching on the components and the implementation processes. So, once again, keep sending your responses through the chat box for us to discuss. CPD is waste of time. Others are of the view that it's waste of time. Some are also of the view that yes, what they are doing now in their district is solely for fun or for money. What is your take? And how would you convince or how would you educate these people to appreciate that CPD, yes, is so important and they need to embrace it? Your take on that? Yes. Let me also stress here that even when the session is over, you are at liberty to still peruse the reflections and make concrete findings out of it. Yes, this is not just, it's not for only this session. It's now a resource for you. So take your time, go through and see how you go about it. Okay, Benjamin Amankwa Poku. It helps to identify your potential and ability. Explain the concept of CPD, component and implementation process. Benjamin says it helps to identify your potential and ability. Thank you, Benjamin. But please, I want you to add the other elements, the components and the implementation processes. Knowledge is dynamic. It changes, increases, and varies. It is necessary for teachers to meet and share views on new ideas and happiness. Thank you, Yao. And that is correct. Hubert, CPD and G equip facilitators to be at breadth with modern trends. That's true. That's true. Hubert, thank you so much to keep them updated. Yes. Yes. Keep sending your responses for us to share. share your responses with us for us to discuss. CPD is a continuous process for educators to help enhance their skills and knowledge. The components include needs assessment, professional planning, mentoring, coaching, resource sharing, and feedback or evaluation. Thank you so much, Frimpong, Augustine. Thank you so much. Yes, you've done so well. Godwin, Kalichi, CPD is a continuous growth for educators so that they can be abreast with the changing trends in education. Thank you, Godwin. That's perfect. Please add the components and the implementation process. Abdul, educational resources are managed based on the following principle. One, structure, democracy, operational democracy, justice, equality of opportunity, prudence. Thank you so much, Abdul. Beatrice, CPD is very important because educational needs keep changing, and so teachers need to be updated all the time in order not to lag behind. That is very, very true, Beatrice. Thank you so much for that input. Right. Yes. So in summing up the responses received so far, I think we are all at speed, and that CPD is very, very important, and we all need to embrace it so as to keep us updated, to new trends, learn from one another, socialize, and then move on. And the various processes and components, we have talked about them. And so let's now move on to the next session. And like I indicated, even though it's time bound, you can still go through the various reflections, take time, go through them, and come out with your own plan, communication plan. We expect that by the time that we are done with this very section, you will be able to master clear objective setting, audience identification, a concise key message development in the DTST communication plan, align with the district priorities and stakeholder needs. Right. So, responding to the communication objectives or the plan, the first on our bill is going to be establishing communication objectives. So we need to have a clearly defined communication goals as well as target audience. We should know our target, the audience that we are working with or we are dealing with. And here, going back to the structure, you realize that we, from top to down and down to top, we have the various key stakeholders that are involved, at the national level, at the district level, at the school level, and all that. And so once we are able to establish clear communication goals in line with our target audiences, then we are good to go. Then I will move on to the communication channels, and that is what I was trying to highlight on. We have our various channels of communication. For the normal communication, we have the channel, and so from the top, that is at the national level, through the region to the district, and at the district level, we have the district administrative body. And then under the district administrative body, we have the DMT or the district master trainer. We have the CISO, and at the CISO, we have the head or the school administrator. We have the teachers or the learning space facilitators, and we also have the CL or the curriculum leads. Then beneath the DMT, we have the district teacher support team. If you look at the communication channel, there is that flow of information from the CISO side to the DMT as well as the DTSTs. In the same vein, from the bottom, there's that flow of information to the top. And so when we talk of the channels, it should be two-way flow. Yes, and then the other channels we can talk about using other gadgets like the platforms, technology platforms, all in the quest of trying to send across information. And so we utilize various channels for effective communication and support. We may have newsletters, reports, and all that. They all falls under the communication channels. Then we come to the communication strategies. What do we have to bear in mind when we are carrying out communication plans? One, we need to prioritize active listening. Yes, we need to pay attention to details. We need to give people fair hearing. We need to understand their concerns. We need to be transparent. There should be transparency. We need to collaborate. We need to cooperate and collaborate. So all these are strategies that can help us to hammer home our communications plan. So we pay attention in order to understand their concerns. We need to be transparent in our communications. We need to cooperate and collaborate. And so these are strategies that we need to use when we are using the communication plan. Then we move to crisis communication. Prepare crisis with clear messaging and teacher support. Yes, so if we have a well structured or robust communication channels, then of course when there are crises, we know where to send messages. We know where to send our messages so that we don't just listen to hearsays, rumors, misconceptions, fallacies, and what have you. But then because we have our channel of communication, we know we can verify information that we receive. Then we move on to evaluation and continuous improvement. Yes, so from time to time there's the need for us to gather feedback and adapt communication to evolving needs. Yes, so as we move now, we are in the technological world, and so if there's a need for us to use other technologies to get feedback from the field, we need to do that so that we'll be at par, or we'll all be on the same page with the technological world. Right. Then now let's check some reflection under this very section. Yeah, so let me take you through. You are a member of the district teacher support team in charge of communication. Your district faces a sudden crisis, a significant change in district policies that directly impacts teachers and students. The community is in an uproar and rumors are spreading rapidly. The district's reputation is at stake, and the trust of teachers and parents is hanging in the balance. You are required to state and discuss clear objectives and strategic channels that connects educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress in the district's educational journey. Let me take the reflection one more time. You are a member of the district teacher support team in charge of communication. Your district faces a sudden crisis, a significant change in district policies that directly impacts teachers and students. The community is in uproar and rumors are spreading rapidly. The district's reputation is at stake, and the trust of teachers and parents is hanging in the balance. State and discuss clear objectives and strategic channels that connects educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress in the district's educational journey. So, your responses should come through the chat box for us to collectively discuss. So send or share your responses with us through the comment section so we can collectively discuss them. So I'm on standby waiting for your responses. Right. So Zibri, communication strategies to deal with the rumors. Yes. Thank you, Zibri. Benjamin, set goals and targeted listening by making the communication transparency to avoid crisis. Making the communication transparent to avoid crisis. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Thank you so much, Benjamin. Keep sending your responses and let's judge all together. Let's discuss together. Discuss clear objectives, and strategic channels that connects educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress. Yes. And like I mentioned earlier, even though the session is coming to an end, you can still be thinking through the reflections of the various sessions in your comfort zones and see how best you can handle the issues raised. You take your time and then you go through one more time. Walter, set your purpose and objectives first and go ahead to implement them with the stakeholders. Thank you, Walter. Mahama, engage all stakeholders in the communication channel. Yes, thank you, Mahama. Right. Yes, keep sending your responses so that we can all discuss. Ben, invite various stakeholders in your community and do community sensitization. Thank you so much, Ben. Plan your communication and send them to the right channel. Thank you so much, Keta Office. Thank you so much for your response. Right, Clifford, look for causes of the change and seek appropriate remedy by engaging stakeholders. Thank you. Right. Yes, so I think we are all at speed with the key concepts, and that has to do with the communication channel. Yes, and the need to engage the key stakeholders. Yes, and so Asante, communicate through the opinion leaders in the various communities, which will focus on the real objectives of education. Thank you, Kobia Asante. Yes, so Mahama, ensure proper engagement of all stakeholders in the communication channel. Yes, so if you look at our communication channel carefully, you realize that we have key stakeholders that matters when it comes to educational related issues. And if you looked at the various steps, we did mention that you need to have a clear objective, and then you should have your target audience. You should know where to channel your information to. And so looking at the scenario or the reflection, we need to go back to our previous slide, which talked about establishing communication objectives, communication channels, communication strategies, evaluation, and continuous improvement. And so if we go through all this, we'll be empowered enough to respond accordingly or appropriately to the reflection that we just discussed. And this brings us to the end of today's section. I am hopeful that tomorrow, same time, you will come on board for us to interact. Thank you so much, and bye for now. Thank you.